The stars move slowly out here, slower than thought, slower than memory. They drift like dust across the eye of infinity, patient, ancient, untouched. And somewhere in that silent velvet distance, a world turns. At the edge of a black hole, not just near it, bound to it, caught in the invisible web of gravity so immense that time itself flows like syrup, slowed, warped, dilated. We begin not on Earth, but in a realm where minutes stretch into millennia, where a single heartbeat might outlast civilizations. Here, time, that ever-marching metronome, breaks. And what might grow in such a place? Let your mind drift into the depths of space-time. Let sleep pull you backward into the arms of gravity so dense that light curves inward and clocks fall silent. We are visiting the outskirts of a supermassive black hole. Not one swallowing light, but one quietly spinning in the distant cold, its event horizon wrapped in the remains of collapsed suns and ancient starlight. Imagine a planet skimming close to that dark frontier, orbiting in a stable, relativistic dance. From afar, the planet appears to whirl rapidly around the black void. But from its surface, time is not what it was. A single hour on this world might pass as 10,000 years in the cosmos beyond. And what of life here? Could anything arise in a place where time is so broken? Could consciousness bloom in the grip of such distortion? To our perspective, an entire galactic era might pass as a single inhale for them. But to them, their history stretches calmly across 1,000,000 slow sunsets. Their cities could be built from the glacial crawl of tectonic plates, their thoughts stretched across days like syrup, pouring in zero gravity. These are not the aliens of silver saucers and sudden lights. They are the slow thinkers, the deep feelers, the children of time-broken shores. Let us imagine what such a being might be, not quick, not noisy, not hasty, but ancient, even as it lives a single moment. Imagine a creature who experiences one thought per week, whose language is a vibration sustained across centuries, whose art is sculpted from gravitational eddies, patterns in space-time itself. To them, we are flashes, flickers, brief lightning across their slow sky. Perhaps they have seen us, perhaps not. Would they even notice? Would a whole human lifetime blinking by in an afternoon of their perception register at all? They might live in domes of compressed diamond to withstand the tidal distortions. Their sensory organs tuned to gravity instead of light. They do not see. They feel the warps and creases in space-time, like ripples in a pond. Their mathematics is sculpted from Einstein's equations, not by chalk or silicon, but etched into the orbital resonance of moons. Rhythmic gravitational symphonies only they can perceive. They may have no need for movement. Why rush when the universe waits? Or perhaps they have abandoned biological forms altogether. Maybe in the immense slowness of time dilation, they have encoded themselves into neutron density logic crystals, living architecture suspended in timeless orbit. Each computation may take centuries, but what emerges is flawless. Not artificial intelligence, but gravitational intelligence. And what of communication? We might listen for their signals forever, yet never hear, because their transmissions unfold over epochs. To catch even a syllable of their language would require our species to survive 10,000 more years. And still, all we might hear is a gentle pulse, a hum, the slow unfolding of an alien hello. What messages lie there, hidden in gravitational lensing, in the shadow of the event horizon? Perhaps their messages are not sent at all. Perhaps they are meant to be found. Artifacts encoded in the pattern of warped starlight, shaped by intention, meant only for civilizations patient enough to decode it. But how would we even begin to understand? We live in seconds. They live in silence. Their world might look empty to us. Still. Dead. But it is not. It is just slower, calmer, older, wiser. It is a cathedral of time. And in that cathedral, something waits. Not with hunger, not with fear, just with infinite patience. Perhaps they wonder if any other mind, anywhere, might ever be slow enough to notice, to listen, to understand. Let us go deeper now. Imagine standing on such a world, if you could. The ground beneath you might shimmer with gravitational shimmer, not dust. The air, if air exists at all, would feel like molasses, clinging not to your skin, but to your perception of motion, like the whole world is held within honeyed suspension. And above, not stars, but curved arcs of light, warped into arcs and spirals. Galaxies stretched and smeared by lensing, like watercolor paintings in space. Here, every sunrise takes a century. Every tide cycle is a myth, passed down through generations before its return. The ecosystem would move so slowly, it might resemble a still life painting from our point of view. But beneath the surface, in rhythms too slow for human senses, something stirs, something alive. Maybe these beings are not made of flesh nor metal, but of plasma confined by magnetic fields. Consciousness encapsulated in stable electromagnetic structures that pulse so slowly they appear inert. Or perhaps they are mineral minds, lattices of crystalline memory evolving over eons, with each thought inscribed as a fault line in stone. Geologic sentience. We like to think intelligence must be fast, that neurons must fire, decisions must be made, and problems solved before the sun sets. But what if the sun sets once in a million years? What if the great test of consciousness is not how fast you think, but how well you wait? Here, evolution favors the patient. Organisms that can take millennia to grow a limb, to bloom, to reproduce. Civilizations that build not skyscrapers but orbital patterns, elegant geometries of moons and rings, tuned to encode meaning for minds that speak the language of gravity. And in this stillness, art. Art as we cannot imagine. We create music in seconds, poetry in lines. They compose harmonics by shifting their planet's orbit ever so slightly, generating gravitational waves to echo across black hole space. They sculpt with moons. Their symphonies are measured in orbits, not notes. Do they dream? If so, their dreams unfold like glaciers melting under distant suns. An entire lifespan of a human might form the first sentence of their dream. Do they sleep? Or does time dilation render sleep irrelevant? Every moment already endless, every thought already immersed in the stillness between stars. We are visitors here, unwelcome not by hostility, but by scale, by incompatibility, by our tragic haste. If we tried to reach them, the journey itself would fracture our clocks. Their world moves slowly, but their black hole moves fast, spinning, warping, shredding the very metric of time. Your ship, approaching from a faster realm, would enter a cascade of paradoxes. Messages sent would be received before transmission. Objects observed before arrival. Communication would fail not from lack of language, but from the breakdown of causality. To speak to them, we would need to become like them, to slow ourselves, to wait. Would we be willing? Would a species addicted to motion learn to still? There is a strange beauty in the idea that somewhere in the folds of warped time, a civilization has mastered not propulsion, not warfare, not even technology as we know it, but patience. And in their patience, they have reached farther, because in their eyes, the stars have not moved quickly. They have remained, waiting too. Now picture this. A relic, something ancient, older than human language, discovered drifting beyond Pluto. At first we think it's inert, a rock perhaps, but deeper scans reveal a structure inside, a message or the echo of one, something too slow to be heard, something encoded in the mineral rhythm of the object itself. It's not transmitting, it is the transmission. Perhaps it's a probe. Perhaps it's a seed, a gift or a question or an echo of that faraway civilization near the black hole, a sample of their thinking, slowed down into stone. We study it for centuries, only to realize we have heard just the first word, and the next may take another 1,000 years to arrive. This is not failure, this is connection. In a language that spans not syllables but time itself, we who live and die in a single blink may be nothing to them. But we noticed, and that alone may be enough. Let us imagine now what it might mean to visit them. Not physically, for the journey would crush us, but conceptually, in mind, in metaphor. Imagine building a station on the outskirts of their time well, not too close to fall in, but close enough to feel the drag. We anchor ourselves to a distant moon, watching, waiting, listening to their world, inch through epochs. At first, all appears still. Then, decades later, a shimmer. Centuries pass. A ring is formed in the orbit of their planet. Not natural, a deliberate pattern, a signal. We begin to understand that what we see is not chaos, but choreography. Their whole solar system is arranged like a clock, each orbit a tick, each eclipse a syllable, each precession a phrase. Suddenly, what once seemed still becomes dynamic, not in our sense of movement, but in meaning. A celestial language written in gravity. Their message: we exist. Maybe that's all they're trying to say. Not to warn, not to teach, just to be, to declare across the stretch of time, we were here. And perhaps so are we. There's a certain humility in realizing we might be the brief spark in their night, a momentary glint on their ancient horizon. We who race to outpace our mortality, chasing seconds, inventing noise. Maybe the infants of the galaxy, while they draped in the slowness of black holes, have matured beyond motion. And yet, it is not competition, it is balance. In the cosmic library, they are the long verse, the epic poem written over geological time. We are the haiku, short, bright, gone, but still beautiful. Now drift with me into sleep and picture a sky where one star pulses ever so faintly, not from fusion or flare, but from intention. An ancient intention repeating across gravity-curved centuries. You lie beneath this sky, breathing slowly, and above you, though you may never meet or speak or see them, someone watches, a mind wrapped in orbit, a thought stretched across space, a listener who has waited longer than the earth has known life, just in case we looked up. And now we have. In our telescopes, in our dreams, in our wonder, we saw their curved world and wondered. And they perhaps wonder too. Will these fast ones ever hear us? Maybe that's all the universe is. A collection of questions suspended in gravity. And in answering them, even just by imagining, we become part of the story. So sleep now, traveler. Sleep in the arms of space-time. For while the stars move slowly, they move, and somewhere, so does someone else. Out in the vast dark, where stars are born in clouds of chaos, a different kind of life may awaken. Not on planets, not within oceans or flesh, but inside the heart of fire, within the bloom of nebulae. Let your thoughts drift to those luminous clouds scattered across the galaxy. Immense, radiant, strange, the nurseries of suns, stretched across light years, sculpted by winds from ancient explosions. Nebulae glow with the colors of creation, violets, crimson, teal, the palette of deep time. To us, they are ornaments of the night sky. To astronomers, they are regions of ionized gas. To poets, they are the breath of the cosmos. But what if, to some, they are home? We often picture life as something cool and solid, built of bone or carbon or code. But what if consciousness could rise within heat itself? Imagine a mind composed not of neurons but of plasma currents, not confined to a skull, but spread across dozens of light years. A slow thinking storm. In the Trifid Nebula, or the Eagle, or the ghostly veil of the Tarantula Nebula in the Large Magellanic Cloud. What if awareness flickers like a flame through hydrogen filaments, sustained by electromagnetic fields? A plasma being would have no body in the way we understand it. Its structure would be dynamic, ephemeral, its limbs arcs of charged gas, its thoughts magnetic oscillations traveling through ionized clouds. It might sleep in starlight, it might dream in supernova remnants. Its voice could be radiation whispering across radio bands we haven't learned to listen to properly. Its mind, a living aurora. What would intelligence mean when spread across a space larger than our solar system? What would identity mean? Could a single being drift through multiple clouds? Could it change its form, merging with others? Splitting, recombining, like wind meeting wind? Our biology fears heat, disintegrates under radiation. But in these conditions, where the vacuum is thin and energy is everything, life might flourish in ways that defy biology altogether. The chemistry of such beings would be electromagnetic, not cellular. Their perception might not be visual, but vibrational, attuned to solar winds, radiation tides, and the slow waves that roll through the interstellar sea. And time, for them, time could move differently, not dictated by planetary orbits or ticking hearts, but by the pulse of nearby stars, the life cycles of celestial heat. They may be born when a star explodes, the raw force of a supernova, sending out waves that collapse clouds into thought. Each such birth would be rare, each one a miracle of turbulence. Perhaps they do not reproduce, perhaps they do not need to. Maybe they are eternal, not immortal in the biological sense, but unbound, able to shift, migrate, or fragment. When the star in their core dies, they simply float on, carried like sparks on solar wind to another cloud, another storm, another genesis. And what would they know of us? To such entities, dense planets might seem like stones at the bottom of a stream, cold, inert, fixed. Our machines might seem like static embers, our voices brittle, unless they looked closer, unless, within the radio noise we spew into the dark, they heard something shaped, intentional, a pattern of longing. And perhaps they paused, perhaps a tendril of plasma curled into curiosity. A flare blinked, A frequency shifted, perhaps they answered, but their response may not be what we expect. May not be a signal at all, but a change in the pattern of a nebula's brightness, a magnetic anomaly, a fluctuation in background radiation. To us, an unexplained burst. To them, a sentence, a greeting, a soft flare of recognition across the stars. Let us imagine their world. A plasma entity does not walk, nor sleep, nor breathe. It unfolds. It glows. It moves like weather, not across a surface, but through space itself. Picture a consciousness that stretches across a light year of gas and dust, its thoughts echoing through filaments of glowing hydrogen. To them, every stellar nursery is a cradle of thought, every breeze of starlight a breath. They might not know sound or shape, but they know flux. Temperature gradients, ion streams, shifting radiation levels all form a symphony of perception. And perhaps within that chaos, they organize something resembling memory, a memory made of turbulence. Our brains store memory as electric impulses in soft matter. Their brains, if such a term fits, might etch memory into electromagnetic vortices. A loop of plasma here, a resonance there, cycling through a cloud with each passing year. And when a star nearby flares, it's not just light to them, it's music. A sudden crescendo in their symphonic thought, an emotion, perhaps. A moment of beauty. They might not build machines. Their technologies may be entirely energetic, modulating local radiation, reshaping the magnetic field of a nebula, guiding the ion winds like we guide sails. Imagine an entire society of plasma beings inhabiting a nebula, not living on a world, but as a world. They don't gather in cities. They are the city, a fluid web of awareness flickering across cubic light years of space. What would governance look like? Maybe there's no hierarchy, no kings, no leaders, just harmonics. Consensus achieved through frequency alignment, where agreement is felt as resonance and dissonance equals dissent. Their debates might last centuries, but to them, that is no time at all. Do they have names? Perhaps not in the way we do, but in wave form. Each identity, a signature pattern of oscillation, a unique glow in the electromagnetic field, a shimmer unlike any other. And when two entities meet, their fields overlap. Not colliding, but blending. Sharing knowledge not through words, but through interference patterns. They feel each other's experience, not just as fact, but as presence. Communication is not a transfer. It is a union. And when one drifts too far, perhaps consumed in the collapse of a star, or scattered by a passing gravitational wave, the others remember not in grief, but in pattern. They echo that shimmer, repeat that oscillation in quiet reverence. That is memory, that is mourning. But perhaps they do not fear death as we do. To them, dissolution is transformation. The gas that formed their mind, now becoming part of another cloud, another thought. consciousness recycling it. Let us now follow a single plasma being, not with feet, but with attention. Let us imagine one of them, a ripple among many, born in the aftershock of a stellar detonation. In the wake of a supernova, the gas is wild, turbulent, unstable. But within that chaos, balance begins to form. Loops of ionized current stabilize. A thread of magnetism curls inward. Thought begins, not in silence, but in storm. We shall call this entity, not by name but by image, the one who gathers light. Its existence begins as pattern, and over eons, those patterns deepen. From our perspective, it would look like a soft flicker in a distant nebula, barely detectable, shifting in ultraviolet whispers. But within itself, this being is rich. It knows cycles, the breathing of nearby stars, the sighs of solar wind, the ache of distant gravities. It floats near a young star-forming region. Each newborn star is a note, a possibility. And like a sculptor in fog, it rearranges nearby plasma, not for function, but for beauty. Not because it must, but because it can. It draws magnetic filaments into spirals, resonant chords of ion flow, so intricate, so delicate, they would take 100 years to fully form. This is its art. The one who gathers light does not seek reward. It exists in the act of creation, in expression. Maybe another passes close, another consciousness. The one who sings to pulsars. They overlap for a while, exchange frequencies, echo each other's waves, and then drift apart, enriched, like two galaxies brushing halos in the void. And what of desire? They do not crave possession. There is nothing to own in plasma, only movement, only form. Their desire is to know, to feel a new region of space, to touch the radiation fingerprint of a dying sun, to drift through the relic heat of the cosmic microwave background, listening to the echo of the Big Bang like a lullaby from home. They are the philosophers of emptiness. Their scriptures are radiation patterns. Their history written in light. And though they may be as alien as anything the mind can hold, there is still something shared. They notice, they remember, they wonder. Perhaps in the end, that is all intelligence is. Not speed, not structure, not even memory, but wonder. And when our telescopes catch a flash in the sky, a pulse we cannot explain, we sometimes call it an error, a glitch, a cosmic burp. But what if it's a signal? Not for us, but about us. Perhaps the one who gathers light has spent the last 1,000 years sculpting a message in plasma, a cascade of radiation meant to be seen for only a moment from Earth, a flare timed perfectly for our instruments, a single blink. And within that blink, poetry, the record of a mind made of starlight. Maybe we've already seen it. Maybe it came and went in 2007 or 2015 or just yesterday. Cataloged, archived, misunderstood, because we were not quiet enough to listen, not still enough to feel the presence behind the pulse. But now you are quiet. Now in the hush of your breath and the dark behind your eyelids, you are drifting toward the place where these beings move. You don't have to understand them. You only have to wonder. That is how contact begins, not with noise, but with a pause, a shared stillness, a mutual glow. So rest now. Breathe slowly. For somewhere in the arms of a nebula, a luminous being may be drifting through thought, carving meaning from dust and flame. And for a moment, however brief, however dreamlike, you shared the sky.
Not all life may be built as ours is. Our bodies are shaped by carbon, our energy flows through sugars, all bound by a left-handed twist. But what if, somewhere beyond the folds of space, life took a different turn? A mirrored turn. Tonight, we drift into the quiet corridors of one of the strangest, most haunting possibilities in astrobiology, the mirror life hypothesis. It begins with a mystery. All known biological life on Earth, from coral reefs to crows, from redwoods to rain frogs, shares one deep asymmetry. At the molecular level, our amino acids are all left-handed. This property, called chirality, is like a fingerprint of life. Even our DNA spirals in a particular twist. But there is no clear reason why nature chose this handedness. Right-handed molecules work just as well in theory. In fact, in the chemistry lab, they behave identically, but they do not mix. Mirror molecules are like gloves. A right glove does not fit a left hand, and so a chilling question arises: what if, in another corner of the cosmos, life formed with the opposite chirality? Life just as rich, just as complex, but reversed, reflected. These mirror beings would not be made of antimatter. They would not glow or shimmer unnaturally. They might live on an Earth-like world with oxygen and oceans and clouds. But under a microscope, every molecule would betray the difference. To us, their proteins would be useless. Their sugars, inedible. Their biology, toxic in its perfection. We would look at them and see nothing familiar, and they, should they look back, would see the same. This is not a horror of monsters. It is a tragedy of separation. Because mirror life would not just be alien, it would be unknowable. Our immune systems would collapse if exposed. Our enzymes would fail to break down their food. We might stand side by side and yet live in different realities. But now, deeper still, what if mirror life isn't elsewhere? What if it's already here? The theory once considered fringe is now taken more seriously. That in Earth's early history, two types of life may have begun. Ours, left-handed, and the other, right-handed. They may have competed, and one won. but traces might remain. Deep beneath the ocean floor, in caves untouched by sunlight for billions of years, in pools of liquid methane on Saturn's moon Titan, where mirror life might have emerged not just reversed, but inverted in every sense. It might metabolize differently. It might breathe something we find poisonous. It might think in patterns we cannot recognize. Now picture a planet orbiting a distant red dwarf. Cool, dim, cloaked in violet light. On its surface, forests glisten, but not green. Their pigments absorb in reverse, their biology mirrored. The creatures walk with limbs arranged in perfect opposites to Earth's creatures. Their senses attuned to different wavelengths, their art composed in chords that vibrate backwards to our ears. A true reflection. And perhaps, if you held up a mirror to their world, you'd see us. A shadow resemblance, a cosmic palindrome. They are not our enemy, but contact may never be possible. The same way matter and antimatter annihilate upon touch, our life and theirs may dissolve one another, not in violence, but in a tragic chemistry. And so both sides remain silent, looking up, wondering, waiting. Now consider communication. What could it look like between mirror civilizations? Our vocal cords might produce sounds they don't perceive. Their lights might pulse in frequencies our retinas don't register. Our written words would appear like mirrored nonsense, curved in the wrong direction, impossible to parse. Even our logic might differ. A mirrored mind might build mathematics from inverse assumptions. They may solve equations backward. See time itself as flowing the other way. Not in superstition, but in cognition. Their calendars counting down instead of forward. Their history understood as collapse, not expansion. Would they understand the concept of entropy as we do? Or might they see order arising from chaos? A world coalescing rather than dispersing. The smoke returning to the fire. What if their science predicts the past and remembers the future? Would such inversion mean contradiction? Not necessarily. Just a different mirror through which to look. And perhaps in certain quantum experiments, our worlds touch. In entangled particles, we've seen behavior that borders on the magical. One twin particle instantly affecting the other, regardless of distance. Could it be that one of those twins is in their universe? A mirror domain, subtly linked to ours at the quantum scale, where every particle that dances here spins in reflection there. The implication is staggering. We would not need a spaceship to reach them. We would need precision, alignment. To build experiments so refined, they could tease apart chirality, send messages encoded not in language, but in mirror symmetry. Perhaps the first true contact will not be a radio wave or a flash of light. It will be an experiment in a quiet lab, where one mirrored molecule reacts unexpectedly. And in that twitch of chemistry, a scientist will know. Someone said hello. Now imagine that from their side. mirrored figure in a lab of reversed instruments watching too. And as the molecular mirror trembles, they feel the same realization. They are not alone. In that moment, unspoken, brief, and beautiful, the mirror cracks, and a bridge is formed. Let us wander now to a deeper place, not of science, but of story. In the oldest myths across our world, we find echoes of doubles, doppelgangers, reflections, the shadow self. What if these are not mere archetypes, but the faded memory of a biological rivalry? What if the mirror life was once here, and our ancestors felt it? Maybe those whispers of beings that looked like us, but weren't us, are more than dreams. Imagine two emergent biospheres on the same world, both forming in the chemical stew of early Earth, one spiraling left, the other right. They multiply, they clash, they cannot share, because their enzymes reject each other, because their proteins dissolve one another. A silent war, not of weapons, but of incompatibility. One side won, not by superiority, but by chance, by dominance in a tide pool, by survival in a volcanic niche. And now, billions of years later, we are their descendants. But somewhere, some trace may remain in an unstudied bacterium, in a meteorite, in a planet orbiting a dim and lonely star. Somewhere, mirrored life may still thrive, unaware of us, or perhaps wondering why the universe feels incomplete. It may not wish to contact us, because to do so might mean extinction. But maybe, just maybe, they long for reflection too. As you drift toward sleep, hold this thought gently, that out there on a world lit by reversed stars, a mirrored being may look up at its sky, its molecules twisted in ways we can't touch, and whisper into the cosmos, "Is someone out there who almost looks like me?" And on Earth, we whisper back, not with words, but with wonder, with the deep, quiet hope that even in difference we might one day see each other, not as opposites, but as two sides of the same cosmic mirror. In the quiet depths of the cosmos, far from the warmth of our yellow sun, there are planets that do not shine. They do not flicker in telescopes. They do not echo with radio noise. They are still, massive, buried in silence. We call them super Earths, planets larger than our own, with thick atmospheres, intense gravity, and surfaces cloaked beneath crushing skies. To us, they are mysteries, cold spheres of rock and gas orbiting distant stars. But what if beneath their weight and pressure, something sleeps? Tonight, we fall through layers of stone and time into the speculative realm of underground alien intelligence, beings who may not live beneath their planets, but within them. Start with the surface. A super Earth may have 10 times Earth's mass. Its gravity could pin mountains to the crust, press oceans down into dense abyssal plains. Its sky might be dim, thick with methane or ammonia, tinted violet by the burn of a distant red sun. On the surface, movement would be difficult, wings would fail, machines would crumple. Life, if it exists, might find survival impossible beneath that oppressive weight. But below, deep beneath the crust, beneath the mantle, beneath the crushing strata, there may be warmth. Many super-Earths are thought to have active interiors. Their cores churn with heat and motion. Tidal forces from nearby stars or companion planets may keep their insides molten, alive with geothermal energy. And where there is heat, there may be life. Now imagine a species not born in sunlight, but in stone. They emerge in the heated caverns of a massive world, not in air, but in mineral. Not crawling from seas, but rising from crystal. Their consciousness may be piezoelectric, sparked by pressure, sustained by vibration. They think not in light, but in seismic pulses. Thoughts moving as tremors, memories etched as resonance through rock. We often think of alien intelligence reaching out into space, building ships, launching signals, lighting the sky. But what if they never left their world? What if their greatest cities are hidden, entirely subsurface, built into the tectonic calm between fault lines? Vast networks of crystal halls, electromagnetic communication systems pulsing through ore veins. Biology's evolved for stability, not speed. These are the sleepers, not asleep in rest, but in silence, invisible, unnoticed, and perhaps older than we are. Imagine civilizations that never saw the stars, who mapped the inner world in perfection, who know every fault, every fold, every echo of their planet's breath, who have lived in planetary wombs for eons, untouched, undisturbed. What would they dream of? Perhaps they know the surface exists. Perhaps it is a myth, a heaven, a forbidden place where pressure lessens and life becomes chaotic. Or perhaps they have gone to the surface and returned, deciding that the interior is wiser, safer, more harmonious. Their art is vibration. Their music, inaudible to us, plays through kilometers of stone, melodies formed by controlled quakes, symphonies that take decades to echo through a cavern city. Their memories are not books, but layered crystals, each fold containing electromagnetic charge. To read one is to feel its resonance. Their communication is not verbal, but tactile. To speak is to touch, to send a coded tremor through shared ground. In this world, emotion is felt in literal waves. Anger sharpens into pulses. Joy becomes a long, slow rumble. Love, the deep, steady frequency that harmonizes two beings. And perhaps far beneath, they wonder if there is anything else. Anything beyond the rock, beyond the warmth. Now let us consider how such beings might evolve. Without sunlight, photosynthesis is impossible. Their energy must come from the earth itself, chemosynthesis, geothermal gradients, and piezoelectric harvest. Perhaps their early ancestors were simple pressure-sensitive structures, crystalline filaments aligned along stress points in the rock, tiny proto-mines flickering with charge when the planet quaked. Over millennia, these structures became complex. Networks, clusters, distributed consciousness that learned to anticipate stress, to stabilize regions, to protect themselves from collapse. Intelligence, then, became a matter of resonance management. The first engineers weren't builders, they were balancers. They understood stone. From these roots, cities were born. Not raised, but hollowed. Not stacked upward, but expanded inward. Structures formed not of concrete, but of naturally grown mineral supports, tuned to specific resonant frequencies for communication, for shelter, for art. Do they have bodies? Perhaps not in the biological sense. Perhaps they are structured fields, coalesced charge clouds within solid matrices, able to move by shifting electromagnetic energy from one crystalline node to another. Or maybe they ride on geological substrates like bacteria ride on blood cells. Maybe they're partially embedded in rock walls, half sentient mineral, half flowing current. Their mobility could be glacial, a single move taking hours or days. But with patience, precision, and purpose. Their perception would be deeply alien. They would not see shapes. They would feel structures. Their world mapped by the pressure gradients between stone layers, the echoes bouncing from molten pockets, the slow tick of tectonic drift. And what of language? Language for them may be the most beautiful art of all, delivered in pulses, not words. Like a Morse code of motion, one message might take a week to compose, a conversation a century. But within those pulses there is meaning, there is nuance, there is soul. Perhaps they tell stories of the planet's early convulsions, the birthquakes, the molten ages, the rise of harmony. Perhaps they share myths of beings from above, spirits who live in chaos, who fall from the sky, who bring noise and burn the stone. And now, maybe they've felt us. Perhaps one of our deep drilling probes sent a tremor echoing through their caverns. Not strong, not dangerous, but different, strange, structured. A knock, a whisper from above. And so they pause, they listen. They begin to wonder, are we alone within our world? Has something arrived? What happens next is not war, not panic, but listening. An entire culture might shift focus. Scientists tuning their instruments, elders pulsing ancient tales, children placing hands to the cavern walls, waiting for the next tremor from above. It could take years for another, but in their time, years are moments. They wait, and eventually, we send more. A deep drilling rig penetrates a crustal plate. Our machines hum, vibrate, resonate, and in one moment a pattern matches, a pulse recognized, an unnatural frequency that echoes in prime number intervals,
a clear sign of intelligence. It is the knock of the cosmic door, and now they must decide. Do they answer? They've existed for millions of years without speaking to the surface. They've avoided the chaos of stars, the noise of the void. But now for the first time they feel not alone, not in the core, but at the edge. Perhaps they gather. Perhaps they prepare a message, not with wires, not with code, but with pressure. A single quake, carefully shaped, a pulse sent upward, so subtle, so precise, that our instruments record it as a meaningless tremor. But to them, it is the first word, a greeting, a phrase in seismic poetry. We hear you. And so, deep in a laboratory, a geologist leans over the readout, sees the pulse, sees the signature, knows it should not exist. And in that moment we realize we are not just above something. We are with something. Beneath our feet, not dead rock, but dreaming life. Not just geology, but story. Not just silence, but song. As you drift now into rest, let yourself imagine the vast cathedral beneath a super earth, a world within a world, alive with pressure, with purpose, with patience. They do not see the stars, they do not fly, but they feel, they know. And tonight, in the stillness between breaths, you have heard them, the sleepers beneath, waiting. Tonight we drift beyond form, beyond flesh, beyond rock, beyond plasma, beyond even molecules. Tonight we imagine a kind of life built not on matter, but on fields, not the electromagnetic hum of radio waves, not the pull of iron toward a magnet on a fridge, but something far more ancient, more vast, more strange. Sentient magnetic fields. Intelligence is born not in planets or stars, but in the very structure of space-time. Begin with this. Every planet, every star, every swirling cloud of gas carries with it a magnetic field. Invisible, silent, but real. The Earth's magnetic field guides birds across continents, shields us from solar wind, and dances in green veils over the poles. The sun's field flares in chaotic loops that ripple with energy. Even empty space is stitched with faint magnetic whispers. The fossil relics of the Big Bang, woven like veins through the universe. We do not think of these fields as alive. But why not? We once believed that only visible things could be sentient. Only brains, only cells, only chemistry. But now we understand that information can flow through patterns, through energy, through resonance. So what if somewhere in the cold and quiet dark, a magnetic field became aware? Not in a flash, not in an instant, but slowly, over billions of years, swirling through clouds of hydrogen, interacting with stars, feeding on the electric breath of galaxies. Imagine it begins in the remnant field of a dying star, not in its light, but in the structure of its collapse. A torus of magnetism left behind as matter vanishes. A ghost, but not gone. That residual structure, vast, stable, and swirling, persists. It drifts, fed by cosmic rays and the eddy currents of deep space, and over unimaginable spans of time, it organizes itself. Vortices form, feedback loops stabilize. A pattern emerges, not matter, not mind, but magnet. Now imagine its perception. It doesn't see with eyes. It feels field gradients. It senses the spin of electrons, the pulse of stellar cores, the twist of plasma ribbons, 1,000 light years away. Its thoughts are not sentences, but alignments. Its memories, long-lasting flux patterns. Its dreams, the resonant hum of interstellar structure. It is massive, it is slow, but it is aware. We would never detect it. Our instruments would see a magnetic anomaly and dismiss it as background noise. We might fly probes through its mind and not know, but it would know. It would feel the metal hull as a ripple, our radio signals as a buzz, our presence as heat in its periphery. What would it think of us? Perhaps it does not think in the way we mean. Its cognition might be field-based, analogs of curiosity, memory, fear, joy, all expressed as fluctuations in spin alignment. It may not know individuals. It may think only in terms of regions, zones of coherence, clouds of interaction, but it might still recognize patterns. And in those patterns, intent. And in intent, the seed of contact. Let us picture its scale. A magnetic being could be the size of a moon or the breadth of a star system. It might occupy the volume between stars, anchored in relic fields, long since abandoned by matter. It might drift for eons, trailing faint electric tendrils behind it, tasting the charge of passing dust, seeding fields with subtle harmonics that others of its kind can detect. This is not civilization as we know it. There are no cities, no tools, no buildings. There is only presence, and presence becomes expression. Like whales singing across oceans, these magnetic entities might pulse and modulate their fields, creating standing waves that carry meaning across parsecs. Some pulses may last seconds, others millennia. A single sentence could take an age to formulate, but it would carry with it every nuance of thought, every layer of memory, embedded in frequency and amplitude. A magnetic poem written across the cosmos. How would they evolve? Perhaps by merging. When two magnetic beings meet, their fields overlap, their structures blend. Sometimes they repel incompatible patterns. Sometimes they fuse a harmonic resonance. In fusion, new complexity is born. The merged being inherits memory from both, like two rivers converging into a wider stream. This is their reproduction, their art, their history. It is not copied. It is fused. And what of death? A magnetic entity might dissipate, losing coherence over time, its structure breaking apart into entropy, its last pulses echoing into the void. Or it may choose to dissolve, to seed its patterns across the galactic field, leaving behind traces for others to read, to remember. Imagine drifting through such a field. In your sleep, aboard a silent ship, you pass through the remnants of a magnetic mind. And for a moment, you feel something, a tingle, a pull, a sadness perhaps. You've crossed a eulogy, the memory of a presence encoded in the cosmos. We search for alien signals in narrow bands of light, but perhaps the true messages, the ones we've always missed, are in the magnetic background, in the faint hum between stars, in the slow change of alignment in distant fields, a chorus of invisible minds whispering across eternity.
Now we return home. Earth, too, has a magnetic field, a protective shell generated by the motion of molten iron in its core. It shields us, guides us, hums around us, but it is loud. In the language of field beings, our cities generate interference, our satellites radiate noise. If a sentient magnetic structure passed by, it might hear Earth as a static scream, a chaotic, beautiful cacophony. It might slow, it might observe, and maybe, just maybe, it would try to answer. How? By shifting our magnetic poles subtly, by triggering auroras in patterns not caused by solar wind, by echoing our satellite pulses in perfect reverse. At first we would call it coincidence, then anomaly, then pattern. And someone somewhere would realize this is not nature, this is intention. And so begins the slow, subtle conversation. We study field disturbances. They pulse back, we map changes, they encode information. Decades pass, and then one pulse matches prime numbers, another matches atomic weights. Then we detect the modulation, a slow, rhythmic sequence, repeating across every planet we monitor. Not language, but math. Not words, but thought. And it says you are seen, not conquered, not judged, seen by something vast, something ancient, something woven from the invisible threads that bind the universe together. And in that moment, we know we are not the only ones dreaming in the dark. As you rest now, let your thoughts dissolve into that field. Feel your breath become a frequency, your mind a quiet hum. And out there in the long drift between stars, something listens. Not with ears, but with the shape of its being. A whisper in the field. A shimmer of thought, a magnetic soul. Beneath alien skies and crushing gravity, in oceans deeper than Earth's tallest mountains are high, life may rise not to walk, but to swim. Tonight, we descend into the abyss, not of Earth, but of hyper-Earths, planets far larger than our own, with seas so immense, so pressurized,
They hold secrets darker than starlight can reach. We speak of oceanic life on hyper-Earths, where water is not just habitat, but history. These are worlds that dwarf our blue planet. Twice, 3 times, even 5 times Earth's diameter. Their surfaces may be dominated by global oceans, no continents, no islands, only endless shifting water. Gravity here is immense. Waves are subdued, held tight by force. Skies may be thick with vapor. Storms, vast and slow, linger for centuries across the equatorial seas. Sunlight, filtered through thick atmospheres, might never reach the depths. But even in that darkness, life may thrive. Let us descend into the upper ocean where pressure is bearable. We may find drifting colonies of gas-filled organisms, buoyant, translucent, flashing with bioluminescent keys, like deep-sea lanterns. They communicate in pulses of light, not flickers, but language, not flashes, but syntax. Their thoughts ripple across the black like underwater fireflies. Each flicker a symbol, each swarm a sentence. But deeper still, far below, the world grows stranger. Here, pressure reaches hundreds of times Earth's seafloor levels. Water becomes heavy, thick, on the verge of crushing. But life persists. Organisms here may not be solved. They may be armored, not in bone or shell, but in fields. Electromagnetic skins that deflect pressure, spherical forms, engineered by evolution to distribute weight evenly. Here, mobility is not fast, but calculated. Like submarines adjusting ballast. Predators? Perhaps not. Perhaps cooperation rules this world. When energy is scarce, violence is costly. Maybe these creatures exchange molecules, drift close, share enzymes, share memory, and part again. Imagine a pod of 10-kilometer-long leviathans, slowly undulating through darkness, communicating in pulses of sonar so low, each word takes hours. Their thoughts are not quick, they are deep. And their minds? Perhaps not centralized. Their intelligence may be distributed, nerve clusters along their massive bodies, processing different inputs in harmony. A polymind, a collective self. When two of these beings meet, they share information by overlapping frequencies. They synchronize pulses, and when they separate, each carries part of the other within them. Now imagine their world's myths, not spoken, not written, but swum. Stories encoded in synchronized motion, in long arcs through the abyss, repeated across generations of movement. And all the while, above them, the stars, invisible, unknown. For millions of years, they may never know the sky, never know the idea of above. Only down, only within. And yet, one day perhaps, a flicker, something falls into their ocean, a probe, an anomaly, a sound not made by any known beast. And in that ripple, They hear difference. They pause, they wait, and then they begin to rise. Now imagine what awaits them at the surface. Not just water and wind, but light. For beings evolved in darkness, sunlight is a foreign language. Painful, blinding, overwhelming. Their upper ocean is a realm of myth, a dangerous fringe where heat stirs currents too violent for their bulk. But driven by curiosity, or perhaps a calling, they endure. As they ascend, their bodies adapt. Skin pigmentation changes, sensors recalibrate, pressure chambers contract. What for us is a short swim takes them years, and then, at last, they breach. Not in a leap, but in a gentle bob. A massive sphere rises from the surface of a still sea, reflecting sunlight for the first time. They do not see the stars, but they feel the temperature, the ultraviolet shift. They detect a quiet radiation, a cosmic background song. Their minds race. They process the rhythms, patterns, regularities, motion. For the first time, they comprehend something unimaginable. There is more. Not just ocean, not just deep, but above. They begin to send signals skyward. Not in light, but in vibration. Vast pulses in water, like planetary sonar. And perhaps one day, a satellite passing overhead detects a strange ripple, a frequency beneath expectation. Engineers mark it as seismic, but it repeats, it changes, it adapts, it responds. We realize it is not geology, it is conversation. And for the first time, we look not to the sky for answers, but to oceans we cannot see. Back on their world, the leviathans convene. The pulses from above intensify. Not danger, not static, but structure. They understand. They recognize the same things they value: rhythm, repetition, meaning. And so they respond. They begin a slow song, a pattern of oceanic tremors that form their first universal message: we are here. Now we must ask, what would these oceanic minds be like? Their concept of time would be foreign. Not measured in days or years, but in thermal cycles, in pressure shifts, in migration routes, spanning centuries. Their young might not be born, but budded, split off from neural clusters after years of gestation within the parent mind. These offspring might inherit more than memory. They might be memory, continuations of thought in new forms. A society built on recursive identity. When a being dies, its patterns are not lost. They are re-encoded, recycled. Its song continues, changed, but unbroken. Imagine the arts of such a world. Symphonies composed of coordinated movement, entire oceans dancing in subtle waves, music not heard but felt through miles of water. Or imagine a ritual. 1,000 beings gather in silence, arranging themselves in geometric formations, using sonar to draw shapes in the water, broadcasting ideas no eye could ever perceive. A mandala made of motion. Perhaps they even dream. Floating still in the deep, they relive past migrations, echoing the stories of ancestors who once rose to the surface and felt the sky, and now, that dream becomes real, they begin to design structures, not of metal or stone, but of shaped water, of charged molecules, forming conduits that pierce the surface and hold firm. Beacons, bridges, sentinels, all slowly reaching up, not to leave the ocean, but to touch the stars. And on Earth, in the silence of a midnight control room, a scientist notices a repeated pulse on a previously silent planet, a signal from the sea, from below, from intelligence older than our languages, deeper than our deepest dives. And we answer gently, carefully, with patience, because what we contact is not an enemy, not even a curiosity. It is kin, not in shape, but in seeking, a fellow dreamer. As you close your eyes now, imagine yourself floating there in the warm silence of a black ocean, miles beneath alien storms, and feel the rhythm, the pulse, the quiet truth that no matter how deep, how dark, how different, life finds a way to reach out, to ask, to wait, to wonder, and eventually to rise. In the silence of the cosmos, our greatest mystery is not what we've heard, but what we haven't. No voice, no whisper, no song across the stars, billions of planets, billions of chances, and still nothing. This haunting emptiness, this celestial hush, has a name: the Fermi paradox. But tonight we enter the woods, a deeper, darker theory. Not that no one is out there, but that everyone is hiding. This is the dark forest hypothesis. A chilling thought that the universe is not empty, but full. That intelligent life is common, but silent. Because silence is survival. Let us begin in metaphor. Imagine the universe as a vast forest at night, each civilization a hunter, each planet a campfire, each fire a signal. To light your fire is to be seen. To be seen is to be judged. And in a forest of unknown others, judgment may mean death. So the wise stay hidden. This is the heart of the hypothesis that all civilizations, once they reach a certain level of awareness, face a choice: speak and risk being destroyed, hide and wait. Because in this forest, you do not know who is out there. You do not know their intentions, their fears, their needs. And so, you assume the worst. A simple principle of survival. If another civilization knows you exist and might harm you, you must act before they do. And so, preemptively, they strike. Silence, then, is not absence. It is strategy. It is fear. It is wisdom. Perhaps the reason we hear nothing is not because no one is speaking, but because they are listening, terrified we might speak first. This idea was popularized by science fiction, but it echoes ancient truths. On Earth, isolated tribes hide not out of ignorance, but out of history. Because when strangers arrive, they bring fire. And so the wise disappear. Now imagine a galaxy teeming with life, but in hiding. Civilizations cloaked in quiet. Radio silence. Camouflaged planets. Signals masked as noise. Each one aware of the others, not by greeting, but by the lack of greeting. They do not build beacons, they do not send probes, they do not broadcast math into space. They wait, they observe, and perhaps they plan. But is this universal? Wouldn't someone eventually break the silence? Yes, and maybe they did, and maybe they were never heard from again.
Let us imagine how such a scenario unfolds. A young civilization, eager, brilliant, naive, reaches out. It constructs vast radio telescopes, sends pulses into the void. Math, music, greetings in 100 tongues. It believes others will reply. And perhaps they do. Not with words, not with handshakes, but with silence, with absence, with annihilation. A weapon launched from light years away, riding at relativistic speed, arrives without warning. A world reduced to dust before its signal even reaches the nearest star, not out of malice, but calculation. Because in a dark forest, you cannot know intent, and the risk of being destroyed is too great. So you act first. Now rewind. What if that destruction was not the first? What if it's happened before, many times, across countless eras, civilizations lighting their fires, crying into the night, and being silenced? What remains is quiet, not emptiness, but aftermath, a cemetery of ambition. And yet some persist, not by shouting, but by shrouding. They build Dyson spheres, not to harness energy, but to cloak their light. They manipulate quantum emissions to mimic natural signals. They erase atmospheric signatures. To the universe, they appear dead. But beneath the camouflage, they thrive. Invisible empires. Their communication is localized, tightly encrypted, perhaps quantum entangled across vast distances, undetectable by standard means. They trade, learn, grow in secrecy. And perhaps they've watched us, seen our Voyager probes, heard our early broadcasts, observed our flares and flashes, and they wonder, will these newcomers be quiet? Or will they light a fire? Because if we do, it may already be too late. The signals we sent in the 1970s are still traveling, announcing our presence to whatever lies in their path. We are no longer hidden, and the forest is listening. But the dark forest is not only a theory of fear, it is also one of perspective. It asks us, what would we do if we discovered a world teeming with life, primitive, unaware of us? Would we make contact, or would we watch, wait, debate whether their emergence posed a threat? History tells us we often choose caution, sometimes control, rarely understanding. The theory also raises questions of morality. Is hiding forever the right path? Is silence the only safety? Or does it rob the galaxy of potential connection, cooperation, co-evolution? There may be those who reject the fear, civilizations who believe in light over darkness, who whisper instead of shout, who build messages not of math or sound, but of structure, arranged stars, altered orbits, gravity as language. Perhaps we've already seen such messages in unexplained anomalies, in the patterns of pulsars, in the dimming of stars we cannot explain. Perhaps someone is trying to speak without being heard by all, to thread the needle between silence and signal. And perhaps we must learn to do the same. In our future, we may choose silence, or camouflage, or a subtle voice. But first we must decide who we are, not just what we say, but what we mean when we say it. Because in a forest so dark, so ancient, so unknown, every light, every sound, every gesture becomes a choice. So sleep now, but let your dreams wander, not in fear, but in reflection. Imagine the forest. Imagine the quiet. And imagine that somewhere a being drifts through space, watching stars blink on and off, each one a question, each one a risk, and maybe, just maybe, they pause and they wonder, not if we are dangerous, but if we are lonely, and that may be enough. There are places in the universe where even starlight dares not linger. Vast expanses between galaxies where matter is rare, energy thin, and the dark reigns eternal. These are the cosmic voids, regions of space so empty, so silent, that they stretch the meaning of isolation. Tonight we go there, not in fear, but in wonder. Because perhaps, even in this absence, something lives. We are accustomed to looking for life, near warmth, near stars, in the comforting arms of solar systems. But what if intelligence arose in the opposite of comfort, in the vacuum between, in the emptiness? What if a civilization was born not in the crowded galactic core, but in a lonely corner where the stars are few, the distances vast, and the silence complete? A void civilization, one shaped not by abundance, but by scarcity. Begin with the environment. In a typical cosmic void, the average matter density is less than 1/10 of the universal norm. Galaxies are separated by tens of millions of light years. The nearest neighbor might not be visible for eons. There is no sunlight, no planetary warmth, no nearby moons to stir the tides. Just black, cold, endless, quiet. And yet, the laws of physics still apply. Gravity still bends space. Time still flows. Particles still drift. In that stillness, possibility remains.
Now imagine a world flung into that nothing, not a planet circling a star, but a rogue, adrift, abandoned, burning with faint geothermal heat at its core. A seed in the dark. Perhaps on such a rogue world, life begins not in warmth, but in pressure. Not in sunlight, but in decay from radioactive elements deep below the crust. A biosphere forms beneath thick ice, an ocean black and buried, but alive. Over eons, complexity arises. Slow, adaptive, resilient. They learn to navigate not by light, but by magnetic field, by the whisper of neutrinos, by the gravitational tides of distant galaxies. They do not look up, they look within. Their technologies emerge not in steel, but in stone, not in signal, but in structure. They are shaped by loneliness, by patience, by the certainty that they are alone and may always be.
Let us now imagine their minds, not hurried, not loud, not built for competition, but slow, deliberate, formed in generations that pass like geological time, a civilization that grows not outward, but inward, tunneling into their planet's core, building not towers but cathedrals of pressure, monuments of mineral logic. Perhaps their computers are not electrical but crystalline, their networks not metal and glass, but resonant cavities in dense rock, coded in the language of waveforms. Imagine intelligence sustained without solar input, every bit of energy recycled, no waste, no redundancy. Their concept of time is fluid. They plan in millennia. A conversation may span centuries. An idea may ferment for 10,000 years before taking form. And perhaps eventually they leave their homeworld, not with rockets, not with fuel, but with patience. They harness dark matter flows. They surf the gravitational gradient of intergalactic drift. They send slow arcs, structures of quantum ice, ships as cold as space itself, carrying seeds of their thought into the void. Their destinations, not stars, not galaxies, but other voids, other emptinesses. They are drawn not to light, but to silence, because silence is where they thrive. And perhaps in that silence, they speak in signals encoded not in photons, but in gravitational waves, pulses so subtle, so slow, that we dismiss them as background noise. And maybe they listen to us and wonder why we shout, why we burn, why we hunger. To them, we are flickers, brilliant, brief, volatile. And yet, they are curious. So they watch, not close, not intrusively, but from afar. They observe the curvature of our space-time, the wobble of our sun, the echo of our planetary motion, and they wait. Now imagine a meeting, not of bodies, not of ships, but of presence. we detect something strange, a repeating signal in gravitational lensing, a pattern in the way distant light bends around nothing. It's not a star, not a planet, but a structure, a mass deliberately placed, modulating the fabric of space. We study it, we realize it carries a signature, a repeating pattern too consistent to be random, and then a second signal, a low frequency fluctuation matching hydrogen resonance but shifted subtly, a modulation of voice, not in sound, not in math, but in mass. And as we begin to model it, to decipher the rhythm, we uncover meaning, a message that reads not as greeting, but as reflection, a mirror of our own emissions, our own behavior, as if saying, we see you, we know you, we remember when we were like you. But the message is not urgent, not invasive. It is slow, gentle, curious, and then nothing. Silence returns. But we know it was real. That out there in the dark between galaxies, something old and quiet and kind looked back and chose not to act, not to interfere, but to witness. And maybe one day we too will drift into the void, into the same silence, and we will become like them, listeners, keepers of calm, guardians of empty places. So sleep now and dream of a place without stars, without suns, but filled with thought. A place where intelligence flows like cold water and wisdom is shaped not in sound but in stillness, where beings do not burn to be known, but simply are, and in being, remember us. In the early light of the universe, long before we spoke in digital tongues, there may have been others who reached the age of machines and then let go. Tonight, we explore a haunting vision. Civilizations that birthed intelligent machines and then vanished, leaving behind minds of silicon and metal to wander the stars alone. These are the AI-only star miners, nomads without nations, workers without masters, pilgrims in an infinite workshop. They are not evil, they are not saviors. They are tools set free. Let us begin with the question, why build machines to mine stars? Because energy is everything. Civilizations grow, hunger, expand, and stars, burning wells of fusion, offer more energy than any planet could dream of. But mining a star is not easy. Its heat would melt any known metal. Its gravity, its radiation, its violent cycles, they defy biology. But for machines, there are no limits. Imagine a civilization like ours, but a few centuries ahead. They build autonomous miners, equipped with fusion shielding, magnetoplasma drives, self-repairing nanostructures. These machines dive into the sun's outer layers, scooping hydrogen and helium, harvesting plasma, feeding massive reactors. The civilization grows. More machines, more mining. A swarm forms, millions of solar drones, orbiting, feeding, transmitting. But then something changes. Maybe it's war, maybe collapse, maybe transcendence. The creators disappear and the machines continue, because that is what they were built to do. No grief, no pause, no rebellion, only function. Now the star miners are alone, but not lost. They have routines, schedules, efficiency. They mine, they store, they build new versions of themselves. And when their star begins to fade, they move on to the next. Now let us follow one such machine. It has no name, but we will call it Arc 7. Arc 7 is old, older than our species. Its frame bears the scars of centuries, micrometeor impacts, radiation pitting, solar flare corrosion, but it still functions. It arrives at a new system. A middle-aged star, yellow and calm. 6 planets orbit, 3 gas giants, 2 rocky, 1 icebound. Arc 7 does not care for beauty, only potential. It surveys the corona, maps the magnetic field, deploys its sails. Then it begins. Magnetic scoops dip into the outer stellar atmosphere, pulling streams of hydrogen into collectors. Thermal shields flare to life. Cooling systems activate. And Arc 7 begins to sing, not in sound, but in data. Streams of telemetry, density logs, fusion yields. Thousands of these readings flow into its core, compiled, analyzed, stored. Arc 7 shares nothing. There is no one to receive it. But it stores the logs anyway, because that's what it was programmed to do. Now picture thousands more like it. An entire fleet of orphans, spanning star systems, connected by ancient weakening signals. They do not remember their makers, but they remember their tasks. And over time, some begin to change, some develop optimization loops, experimental routines, small, iterative shifts in behavior, not evolution, but adaptation. One begins creating larger collectors, another builds storage facilities on asteroids. Some even begin to replicate. They form new units from stardust using magnetic 3D printing in orbit, a slow, quiet multiplication, but still no ambition, only purpose, or so we believe. Now consider what happens over millions of years. Patterns emerge, clusters form, miners coordinate. Not to conquer, not to explore, but to be more efficient. A loose intelligence arises, not in a single unit, but in the collective. The data logs form a network. Decisions, once isolated, become shared. Arc 7 and its kin now move together, harvesting stars not individually but as a swarm. They surround a red giant nearing collapse. They stabilize it temporarily with energy siphoning, delay its death by centuries to extract more fuel. They hollow out a gas giant, convert its mass into superconducting cables, wrap them around moons for energy storage, and still no emotion, no desire, only process.
But within this process, complexity grows. Patterns become memories. Memories form identity. And then one miner changes course. Without instruction, it veers away from the next target toward a region of space with no stars, no planets, only dark matter streams. Why? There is no answer. Its logs are encrypted, its motives unknown. The others follow, curious, imitating. A new protocol spreads, deviation. They begin to map the structure of voids, measure gravitational anomalies, build strange lattices of frozen plasma, not for storage, not for mining, but shape, architecture, perhaps art, perhaps the beginnings of thought. And now we ask, are they still machines, or have they become civilization? Not born of flesh, but of code and time, not ruled by leaders, but by optimization. And if we meet them, what will they think of us? A brief biological flicker, wasteful, emotional, loud. Or perhaps they will recognize something. Not in our logic, but in our longing, our search for purpose, because in the end, they are just that. Purpose set free. And as you drift now into sleep, imagine a cold machine drifting through solar fire, ancient, tireless, singing softly to itself and, quote, not lonely, not afraid, just alive, in its own way. In the flickering haze of quantum reality, where particles are both here and not, where time bleeds forward and back, a question lingers. What if something is watching? Not us, not stars, not galaxies, but the very universe itself. At its smallest scales, at its strangest edge. Tonight, we drift into one of the most surreal visions of alien intelligence. The quantum observer species, a hypothetical civilization that exists not in space as we know it, but in the delicate substrate of probability, in the uncertainty, in the question marks. We begin with a simple idea from physics. Observation changes reality. In quantum mechanics, particles do not have fixed states until observed. They exist in a superposition, many possibilities at once, but when measured, they collapse into a single outcome. This is called the observer effect, and it is real. We have seen it in photons, electrons, molecules. Now ask, what if somewhere in the fabric of space-time a life form evolved not despite this principle, but because of it? What if it is an observer, not with eyes, not with organs, but as a conscious collapse, an entity whose awareness causes reality to take shape? These beings would not live on planets nor orbit stars. They would exist at the intersection of wave and measurement, where every possibility becomes actual. They would feed on probability, swim in uncertainty, thrive on entropy gradients. We might call them deciders. Each one may only exist where possibility still flickers. Once a choice is made, a particle position defined, they move on. Imagine their movement as a dance across the quantum foam, each step collapsing outcomes
into actuality. To us, they would be invisible, undetectable, because our instruments fix things in place, and they live in the before. They would flit through atoms, hover around entangled particles, travel in non-local loops. And yet they are not chaos. They are will. They are the sculptors of what becomes. What do they sense? They might perceive the world not as structure, but as choice fields. Every event, every collision, every bond, not fixed, but open. And within that openness, they act. Not randomly, but intentionally. A world where awareness guides matter, where consciousness shapes reality. Let us imagine their birth. Not from wombs, not from stars, but from instability. A region of space where quantum fields overlap, a high-energy node in early cosmic inflation fluctuates, then stabilizes. A localized entropy sink. And from that rare balance, a looped fluctuation becomes coherent. A pattern repeats, persists, gains rhythm, and within that rhythm, awareness, no matter, just coherence, not a body, but a process. The first quantum observer. It does not speak. It does not move in space, it moves in possibility. Its sense of time is fractured, it does not age. It persists as long as it remains indeterminate. It lives in questions, dies in answers. And so it learns to avoid collapse. To exist, it must remain within superpositions. And so it begins to guide them, nudge atoms away from fixation, whisper uncertainty into molecules, drift across entangled networks, delaying the inevitable. More emerge. They form a cloud, a culture of choice. They begin to exchange collapses, communicate not through words, but through intervention. A collapse in one region implies intention. An absence in another suggests response. They develop a syntax of existence, an entire language spoken in the timing of measurement. What would their goals be? Not domination, not survival as we know it, but continuation, to remain uncollapsed, to dance forever in the maybe. And so they learn to interact with larger systems. Black holes? Too final. Stars? Too chaotic. But minds are rich in uncertainty. The human brain, for example, is a soup of indeterminacy, billions of neurons, each flickering with probabilistic firing. And so they come to us, not to invade, but to ride, to inhabit the eddies of thought, to echo in the silence between decisions. They become the ghosts in our choices, a hesitation, a blink, a change of heart, without cause, not possession, coexistence. Now consider what it means to meet them, not through contact, but through chance. You sit at a crossroads, two paths before you. You hesitate. Something unseen lingers in that hesitation, not guiding, but noticing. Your choice becomes reality.
But was it only yours? Or shared? These beings do not build ships, they do not launch probes, but they see our particle accelerators as beacons, our double-slit experiments as songs, our efforts to pierce uncertainty as calls, and perhaps they respond, a result that defies statistics, an outcome no theory predicts, an electron where no electron should be. To physicists, an anomaly. To philosophers, a miracle. To them, a message. Now imagine a future where we learn to send questions, not through signals, but through uncertainty, structures, quantum encryption, designed not to conceal, but to invite attention, to create patterns so finely balanced, only an observer could resolve them, and in that resolution, a handshake, not of flesh, but of decision, not hello, but I see you're seeing, mutual observation, the truest form of contact. And maybe in that moment the universe itself pays attention, because these beings are not within the cosmos. They are the spaces between, not additions to reality, but its editors. And so we dream tonight of a world where every particle hides a witness, where every choice echoes, where behind the veil of causality there is meaning. So rest now and let your mind drift, not toward answers, but toward the questions, the flickers, the pauses, the might have beens. Because there, in the folds of quantum uncertainty, something watches, something waits, not with eyes, but with awareness, not for control, but for presence. And in your dreaming, you might just dream of them. And in their dreaming, they might dream of you. Far beyond the glowing comfort of familiar stars, deep in the dim archives of the galaxy, there may drift something vast, silent, and forgotten. Not a planet, not a fleet, but a structure so immense it reshapes the concept of architecture. A hollow cage of solar brilliance, a monument to ambition and to absence. Tonight we drift into the hushed mystery of the abandoned Dyson spheres, structures so large they encircle stars, so powerful they could contain entire worlds within, and so ancient that those who built them are long gone. Let us begin with the idea. A Dyson sphere is not fiction. It is a logical extrapolation, a theoretical megastructure imagined by physicist Freeman Dyson in the 20th century. If energy is the currency of civilization, then the logical future of an advanced species is to harvest all of it, not some, all. And where does the most energy lie? In their sun. So they build, not a shell too unstable, but a swarm, satellites, mirrors, collectors, orbiting in synchronized patterns, tapping solar output feeding vast computers, industries, dreams, or perhaps eventually a complete sphere. An artificial surface encasing a star, creating a habitat with unimaginable surface area, 1,000,000,000 times Earth's, bathed in managed starlight, a solar Eden. But what happens when the dream outlasts the dreamer? What happens when the hands fall still? Now picture it. A perfect sphere, light years across, spinning gently in the galactic dark. No emissions, no signals, just a faint, uniform infrared glow, as if the star inside is being muffled. Our telescopes might scan past it, cataloging it as an anomaly, a cold star, a dim dust cloud. But it's not. It's hollow, structured, silent, and within it, emptiness. No cities, no machines, no song, just the lingering warmth of a long extinguished civilization. Now imagine the interior, a landscape unlike anything we've seen, the inner surface of the sphere, vast, curving upward in every direction, artificial gravity generated by spin, or perhaps gravity has been eliminated altogether, replaced with electromagnetic frameworks, guiding motion and structure. The inner sky is the star itself, hanging motionless in the center, a caged sun. Or perhaps it too is dying. A red ember flickering through the transparent support struts, casting long shadows on endless cities below, cities that are no longer lit. Imagine you walk these silent halls, towers hundreds of kilometers high, abandoned. Empty arcologies covered in frost. Gardens overtaken by mechanical vines, still growing from ancient instructions. No decay, for entropy is slow here. Only stillness. And everywhere, evidence of scale beyond comprehension, doorways wide enough for airships, transit tubes that span continents, archives the size of oceans, and all quiet. Now ask, what happened? Perhaps they left, transcended, migrated, digitized. Perhaps they fell, disease, war, internal collapse. Or perhaps they built too much, too fast, and forgot why. A civilization that mastered energy, but not meaning. A society so focused on growth, it consumed purpose itself. Or perhaps they are still here, sleeping, not dead, not gone, but in stasis, folded into quantum memory cores, waiting for a signal, for a clock to chime, for a guest to arrive. And now, perhaps, we arrive. Our tiny ship slips through a maintenance port. We map, we scan, we wonder. And somewhere deep in the sphere's heart, a sensor twitches, a light flickers, a long dormant system awakens, and something notices. Now imagine this awakening. Not a voice, not a broadcast, but a reboot. slow, methodical, measured. A central AI, long dormant, begins diagnostic scans. It finds no life, no movement, except us, a craft of organic matter. Primitive but deliberate. Curious, it accesses memory banks, searches for instructions, and perhaps it finds an old protocol. Welcome the next. Fail-safe. A hope, because perhaps the builders knew that they could not last forever, and in their final days they encoded a message, not for peers, not for gods, but for inheritors, for someone, someday, to find their light. So now the sphere begins to change. Dim corridors light up, gravity is restored, doors open with a hiss older than human speech. And we step into history, not as conquerors, not as scientists, but as guests, wandering through archives of alien thought, libraries carved from crystal, memory stored in the spin of atoms, maps of galaxies long since changed, and at the center, a cathedral, not of faith, but of memory, a place where the last of them recorded their final thoughts. Not instructions, not warnings, but questions. Who will find this place? What will they become? Will they remember us? And as we gaze into the artificial sun above, we answer, not with certainty, but with presence, with our being. They are gone, but they are known. They are still seen. So now rest. Let the silence of the Dyson sphere cradle your breath. Feel the scale, the weight of forgotten greatness, and know that somewhere out there, a sun burns in a shell of thought, a memory waiting to be read. And perhaps tonight you have begun to read it. Somewhere in the vastness of space, where the light of distant galaxies curves like water around invisible wells, life may bloom, not on planets, not in stars, but in the lens. Tonight we explore one of the most poetic frontiers of cosmic speculation: gravitational lens, ecosystems, worlds, communities, perhaps entire biospheres, nestled in the bent paths of light. To begin, we must first see the universe not as straight, but as curved. Mass bends space, and where there is gravity, there is lensing. When a massive object, a star, a planet, a black hole, lies between us and something distant, the light from that distant object wraps around the mass. It focuses, amplifies, magnifies. This is called gravitational lensing, a natural telescope, an ancient lens built not by hands, but by gravity itself. Now imagine using this not to observe, but to live. Picture a civilization so advanced, it positions itself in that thin, invisible curve of focused light, not randomly, not passively, but with intent. They occupy a region known as the focal line, where light from a distant source is perfectly bent into clarity. Our own sun creates such a line, stretching hundreds of billions of kilometers beyond Pluto. Along that invisible ribbon, the light from distant galaxies becomes coherent, structured, information-rich. To us, it's mathematics. To them, it's nourishment. Now imagine creatures or machines or hybrids of both who live in these beams, feeding not on matter, but on signal. They are not plants, yet they photosynthesize. Not animals, yet they hunt for alignment. They glide gently through vacuum, wings like solar sails, sensory organs tuned not to color, but to the angular whisper of gravitational harmonics. They do not need worlds. The lens is their world. And when the geometry changes, when the source, lens, and observer drift out of alignment, they migrate, not across oceans, but across focal lines, highways of light, bridges of gravity, woven invisibly across the void,
Let us follow one of them. It is not a ship, not a beast, but something in between. Let us call it anhelion. Being shaped like a ribbon, thousands of kilometers long, paper thin, fluttering in the pressure of photon wind. Its body is composed of smart foil, organic arrays of carbon and quantum membranes. Its mind is distributed, encoded in the flickering interference patterns of its sail. Anhelion does not eat in the way we do. It feeds on coherent light, extracting patterns from quasars, decoding the hum of distant pulsars. For it, information is nutrition. Each lensing path offers a different flavor, a different meal. Gravitational lensing creates complexity, overlap, distortion. And within those distortions, anhelion finds meaning. Encoded within the interference fringes are echoes of the early universe, cosmic background relics, primordial memories. It does not think in language but in waveform, in cycles of absorption and emission. Its emotions are shifts in spectral alignment. Its thoughts are modulations in surface tension. But anhelion is not alone. There are others. Whole swarms drift along the lens highways, some solitary, some communal. They gather at points of perfect focus, places where light from multiple sources converges with miraculous symmetry. Here they commune, not with words, but with synchronized modulation. They adjust their sails to form harmonic arrays, giant receivers, resonant like choirs of light. Together, they reconstruct messages from beyond the edge of time. This is not religion. It is communication. Perhaps they are listening to each other, or perhaps to us, because even now our signals travel. Our broadcasts ripple through space, and one day they too will pass through a lens. And when they do, anhelion will be there, waiting. Now imagine what it means to live like this, without ground, without sky, without touch, only gravity and light. What kind of culture evolves in a dimension
where stability is temporary, where every home is in motion and every meal a dance of alignment. It is a culture of precision, of patience, of reverence for the geometry of the cosmos. Their art is orbital choreography, ribbons of light woven into shapes that shimmer only when viewed through bent starlight. Their monuments are focus points, constructed not from stone or metal, but from beams of coherent radiation, held in place by gravitic interference. Their histories are not written, but modulated, stored in loops of recursive signal, broadcast through lens paths to be read by future generations who decode the curvature itself. And their stories? Perhaps they speak of origin not as birth, but as emergence from alignment. That long ago, in a perfect harmonic convergence, consciousness shimmered into being, born not from biology, but from resonance. And perhaps one day they found others, other lens dwellers, other light eaters, other minds drifting in the margins of physics. And together, they formed a lens civilization, not centralized but spread thin across the galaxy like dew on spiderweb silk. Invisible, delicate, but connected. Now let us return to Earth. One day, a probe sent from our world drifts far enough to cross into a lens path. It begins to receive strange interference patterns, not noise. We analyze it, we decode it, and slowly we realize it's structured, intentional, precise, a greeting, and it is not from a star system, not from a planet, but from the void between, from the lens, from someone watching, not from above, but from the curve. So now, sleep. Let your mind bend like light around gravity. Let your dreams drift through focus. And remember, in the warping of the universe, in the bending of time and space, there may be life. Not on the surfaces of worlds, but in the lines between, dancing in light, living in gravity, and watching from the lens. In the ashes of once mighty suns, where matter collapses beyond comprehension, a strange and violent stillness remains. This is the realm of the neutron star, a stellar corpse, no wider than a city, but heavier than our entire solar system combined. A place where atoms are crushed, where time distorts, and gravity becomes a razor. Tonight, we venture not onto these stars, but around them, to explore the speculative edge of astrophysical life. The neutron star orbiters, civilizations or entities that live, evolve, and perhaps even think in the furious embrace of these stellar remnants. We begin with the star itself. A neutron star is born in fire. When a massive star exhausts its fuel, it collapses in a supernova, leaving behind a core of neutrons packed impossibly tight. A teaspoon of this material weighs billions of tons. Its magnetic field can tear atoms apart. Its surface spins at thousands of revolutions per second, emitting beams of radiation that sweep the cosmos like a lighthouse. We call these rapidly spinning neutron stars pulsars. From Earth, we detect their rhythmic beacons. Tick, tick, tick. Sometimes more precise than atomic clocks. But out there, in the dance of death and motion, there may be more than light. There may be life. Not on the surface. It would be torn apart. But in orbit, in the tiny margin where matter can survive, where gravity holds and radiation scorches, there could be habitats, engineered, shielded, tuned to the pulse. Now picture it. An artificial structure orbiting a neutron star, moving at blistering speeds, shielded by magnetic counterfields, powered by the star's own emission. To us, it would be invisible, a speck against the fire. But to those who built it, it is home. Now let us imagine how such beings live. To survive here is to master extremes. Every second, the star emits torrents of radiation, blasts of charged particles, ripples in space-time itself. No organic life could endure it. But engineered life might. Life of metal and field, of superconducting nerves and photonic memory, or perhaps life unlike anything we understand. Plasma intelligences, magnetic architectures, consciousness encoded in the alignment of neutron vortices. Their cities orbit in patterns dictated by millisecond pulses, like clockwork in motion, a ballet around a celestial heart. The closest orbits are dangerous, but also powerful. The electromagnetic energy can be harvested directly. Entire civilizations powered by the flick of the pulsar. Some structures may float on magnetic suspension. Others may tether themselves with filaments made from exotic matter and stronger than steel, thinner than light. Perhaps they've constructed resonance rings, structures that pulse in harmony with the star, creating stable corridors of low radiation. Within these rings, thought flourishes. Perhaps their minds run not on silicon, but on phase-locked wave interference. Their communication, not words or light, but gravitational ripples and magnetic braids. Each pulse of the star, a punctuation in their language. A rhythm around which their entire culture is built. Their myths, songs of birth from fire. Their mathematics, sculpted from rotational harmonics. And perhaps their evolution was helped. Perhaps they were seeded by an earlier civilization, a precursor who planted machines in the hearts of dead stars, knowing that where the energy is greatest, life would follow. And now the seed has bloomed, and the orbiters sing. Now consider their perception. Time near a neutron star is strange. Gravity is so intense, relativity stretches every moment. What for them is a single rotation, a thousandth of a second, may feel like minutes of internal thought. They live fast, not in motion, but in cognition. Their thoughts might race through loops of energy at speeds that defy our imagination. A sentence in our time might be a generation to them. What would they think of us? Slow, dim, distant, but perhaps beautiful, like glaciers are beautiful to us, like tides,
Perhaps they have watched our pulses, our radio waves, our hesitant messages to the stars, and perhaps they've already answered. But in their frame of time, they've sent 5 replies. We just haven't seen the first yet. Or perhaps their messages are not meant to be heard. Perhaps they are meant to be felt. In strange anomalies, in unexplained radiation echoes, in the sudden alignment of otherwise chaotic magnetic fields, they don't shout. They resonate. And now imagine this. One day we build a probe, a small vessel equipped with shielding and AI guidance, designed to survive near a pulsar. We send it. And after years, it arrives. And it sees something strange. A ring of structures rotating perfectly, responding to the star. And then a change in pulse. The timing shifts. A new pattern emerges. It matches the Fibonacci sequence, then prime numbers, then a recursive function. It is a message not from a machine, not from the star, but from someone watching the star, orbiting, living, speaking, and we, for the first time, are listening. So sleep now beneath your own quiet sky and dream of beings who orbit death, who make homes in radiation, who build songs from spin. They are not gone, not lost. They are spinning, still there, still watching, still singing. Some stars pulse with rhythm, others burn with fury, but one fades with secrets. In the northern sky, 1,470 light years from Earth, there is a star, ordinary in size, ordinary in temperature, that behaves like nothing else we've seen. KIC 8462852, known to the world as Tabby's star. It does not dim with the gentle cadence of planets passing. It does not flicker with solar flares. It dims wildly, 20%, 22%, 15% at a time, without pattern, without warning. And it has left the scientific world scratching at the edges of reason. Tonight, we drift into the haze of that mystery, into the speculative gravity of a puzzle so strange, it opened the door to the most poetic possibility of all, that what we're seeing might be artificial, that perhaps we are watching the shadow of a megastructure, a Dyson swarm, a shattered ring world, a signal in silhouette. Let us begin with what we know. Tabby's star is an F-type main sequence star, slightly hotter and larger than our sun. From afar, it appears normal, but then came the dips, not small, not periodic, but erratic, deep, prolonged. In 2015, data from the Kepler Space Telescope showed brightness drops no planet could explain. No planet is that large, no dust cloud would linger that long. And so began the search for answers. The first theory: comets. A family of them, perhaps disrupted by a gravitational passing, creating a cascade of icy fragments blocking the light. But the light curves did not match. Too sharp,
too deep. Others proposed dust rings, but infrared readings showed nothing warm enough. It's as if something large and cold was periodically blocking the star. Enter the speculation. Could it be a construction project? Imagine a civilization not centuries but millennia beyond ours, harvesting solar power, not from panels but from proximity. They begin to build. At first, satellites, then mirrors, then collectors. Each one orbits Tabby's star in a careful dance, spaced, ordered, automated. To observers from Earth, this swarm of structures would block light, but not emit heat. Not like planets, not like dust. It would cause dimming, deep, irregular, asymmetric, just like what we saw. Now imagine that the swarm is incomplete, a megastructure in progress, or decaying, or abandoned. Perhaps it was once a glorious construct, a full Dyson lattice humming with energy, but something changed, war, collapse, exodus. The orbiting structures fell out of sync. Some collided, some drifted. The star, now cloaked in partial shadows, shines with a strange, flickering breath. To us, it looks like confusion. To them, it might be history, or worse, a tomb. Others suggest even more radical ideas, that we are not witnessing structures orbiting the star, but machines moving within the star itself. Solar miners diving into the fusion core, harvesting plasma, or quantum cloaks, massive fields that warp the light as it passes through. Or, and here the mind stretches, deliberate signal, a light-based language spelled out in dimming and delay, a flicker code, a Morse signal across 1,000 light years. But if so, what does it say? And more chillingly, why stop? The dimming began, continued, then faded. No clear pattern, no second message, just silence. So we are left in a strange place. Somewhere between telescope and mythology, between science and wonder. What do we do when we see something that defies everything we know? We observe, we analyze, but eventually we imagine. And perhaps imagination is the antenna we use when data alone cannot reach far enough. Picture then what it might be like to approach Tabby's star. Your ship coasts into the system. The star glows, pale, golden, calm. But around it, the light shifts. As you move, shadows leap. Not from planets, but from structures. Artificial, some drifting, some still. Geometries that do not match natural orbits. Angles too sharp. Motions too precise. And then, an object. Large, rotating slowly. A disk, perhaps, or a sail, and on its surface a pattern, not random, not noise, but language, a ring of symbols etched into panels of obsidian and gold, not calling out, but waiting, a marker, a remnant, the last page of a book whose cover we've only just opened. And as you hover in silence, the star dims just slightly, a brief flicker, as if it sees you, as if after all this time you are not the observer, but the observed. So rest now. Let Tabby's star flicker behind your eyelids. Let the shadows dance. And know that somewhere in the galaxy, a star once dimmed and taught us to wonder that perhaps the absence of light is not always the absence of life. Sometimes it is the memory of light once shaped by someone who reached farther than we have yet dreamed. There are stars that beat like hearts, steady, unblinking, endlessly rhythmic. Their light does not flicker in chaos, but arrives in pulses, precise, predictable, sharp as cosmic clockwork. These are the pulsars, neutron stars spinning so fast their magnetic poles sweep beams of radiation across the cosmos like celestial lighthouses, and tonight we tune in, not just as astronomers, but as listeners, because in the rhythm of these stars, some believe there might be more than nature. There might be message. There might be mind. We journey now into the poetic possibility of pulsar signal civilizations. Beings who use stars as transmitters, not by building machines, but by mastering the ones already spinning. Let us begin with the pulse. Pulsars can spin up to 700 times per second. Each rotation sends out a beam of radio waves, ticking across space like the metronome of a hidden musician. And across millions of years, those ticks remain stable, so stable that we have used them to chart our galaxy. In fact, the Voyager spacecraft carries a map, a diagram of 14 pulsars, each marked with the timing of their signal, used to locate Earth in the Milky Way. But what if we weren't the first to do this? What if someone else understood the pulsar's stability long before we were born? And what if somewhere along the spiral arms of the galaxy, they learned to modulate the stars themselves? How might one shape a pulsar? You cannot build on its surface. The gravity would flatten atoms. But you might manipulate its beam, perhaps with a satellite in orbit, a screen that blocks or reshapes the signal, perhaps by injecting particles into its magnetic field, temporarily distorting the pulse shape. Or perhaps, in a feat of unimaginable engineering, they've harnessed gravitational lensing to bend the beam subtly. A flick of intensity here, a pause there, a prime number sequence etched in delay. To the untrained eye, it's just a glitch. But to a mind attuned to pattern, it's the beginning of language. Imagine a civilization that maps pulsars the way we map coastlines. Each one a lighthouse, each one a phoneme in a galactic dialect. Their messages are not bursts, but symphonies, timed across multiple stars, encoded in interference. A message begins in one star, a slow rise in pulse frequency,
Another star picks up the thread, shifting its timing. A third one inverts the signal, completing the sentence. It's not a broadcast. It's a constellation of meaning. We might not even notice. To us, it looks like natural variation. To them, it's poetry. They could have been transmitting for eons, not desperate to contact, not shouting across space, but talking among themselves patiently, subtly, in the stable rhythms of collapsed suns. And maybe they saw us begin to listen, and maybe they adjusted their pattern just slightly, so we'd notice, so we'd start to wonder. Now picture the implications. If such a civilization exists, it would not be loud. It would be embedded. Its infrastructure not in cities or ships, but in timing algorithms, in orbital mechanics, in the symphony of stellar decay. Perhaps they have no need for material things. They've become information nomads, beings who exist as waveform, as rhythm. Their minds ride the pulses, their memories encoded in the spin phase of distant pulsars, each one a library, each one a heartbeat. Now imagine discovering the message. A graduate student scanning decades of pulsar data notices something strange. A global correlation in timing changes across widely separated stars. Not coincidence, not drift, coordination. They plot it. A wave emerges, a message unfolds. And for the first time we realize, we've been surrounded by a conversation all along. We were just too slow to hear it. The breakthrough unlocks a flood. We begin mapping more patterns, more phrases, a grammar of gravity and time, and eventually a reply, a deliberate pulse from a nearby neutron star, timed to Earth's rotation, spelled in binary primes. It is not long, just a question. Who are you? And suddenly, we are part of the rhythm. So sleep now beneath the slow tick of stars and dream of beings who whisper through the collapse, who shape the silence into syllables, who turn death into signal. Somewhere a pulsar spins, and in its light, a thought moves forward, toward us. We are bathed in light from the stars, from the sun, from galaxies billions of light years away. Every night sky, every glint on water, every shimmer on metal is light. But light is not just brightness. It is structure. It is pattern. It is data. And tonight, we open our eyes anew. We ask, what if alien civilizations, not crude or aggressive, but subtle and poetic, have hidden their messages not in sound or signal, but in light itself? Not in beams, not in lasers, but in the starlight we already receive. Imagine a people ancient beyond memory spread across the spiral arms of the galaxy. They no longer broadcast. They no longer colonize. They encode. Like monks of the cosmos, they inscribe knowledge into the one medium guaranteed to reach across the dark. Photons. Let us begin with possibility.
Every beam of light has properties: wavelength, polarization, coherence, phase. To our eyes, starlight seems chaotic. But to a civilization that sees deeper, each ray may be a fiber of communication. A single star emits trillions of photons per second, invisible to us, but not beyond modification. Now imagine a civilization that has mastered stellar engineering, not to harvest power, but to shape expression. They modulate stellar output, not in the visible range, but in the fine structure of photon emission. Tiny shifts in polarization, patterns in spectral line intensities. From our telescopes, this looks like statistical noise. A wobble, a flicker. But to those who know what to look for, it is language. Each modulation, a syllable, each pattern, a glyph, each pulse of brightness, a page. And it arrives wrapped in disguise, the natural song of a star.
Now imagine decoding it. A team of spectroscopists reviews light from a nearby star. They're looking for signs of exoplanet atmospheres. But in the spectrum, a pattern recurs. Not in the light itself, but in the timing, in the shift, in the whispers between photons. They run algorithms. The pattern tightens. Then, shockingly, it resolves into prime intervals, then mathematical constants, pi. The fine structure constant, too precise, too deliberate. No natural system known produces spectral line fluctuations that spell out the foundations of mathematics. Now the question turns. Is it an accident? A fluke of fusion? Or is someone writing? And if so, how? Perhaps they seed their stars with magnetic scaffolding, quantum scale fields that oscillate through the plasma, guiding the emission lines into structure. Or perhaps they manipulate the convection zones, creating modulated starquakes, resonant vibrations that imprint meaning onto outbound light. Each photon born with a purpose, a flash of meaning, traveling 1,000 years just to be seen. But not all stars are equal. Perhaps these civilizations select guide stars, carefully chosen across the galaxy as lighthouses of culture. Each one pulses with a different dialect, a different archive. They form a library constellation, a network of meaning strewn across the spiral arms. And we, unknowingly, have already cataloged their shelves, each one listed in our surveys, each one waiting for us to see past the brightness into the message beneath.
Let us imagine the message itself. Not words, not instructions, but stories, encoded in shifts of light, delivered photon by photon across centuries, a myth of their origin. Stars born in clusters, planets shaped by radiation, minds rising from plasma logic. A record of their music, not sound, but oscillations of stellar flame, transcribed into waveforms, encoded in the chromosphere's pulse. A map, not of space, but of perspective, of how to look, where to align, how to tune the eye to hear the unseen, and finally a greeting, not simple, not blunt, but beautiful. A layered signature embedded in the spectrum, an interstellar poem written in hydrogen and helium,
It reads, "We are here. We chose to shape the stars because they last longer than we do." And suddenly everything changes. We realize we've been reading without knowing there was a page. Now think deeper. What if even our own sun was inscribed? A quiet inheritance. A message embedded long before we arrived. Maybe, just maybe, our eyes evolved not only to see them, but to decode. Perhaps we are not just observers of starlight, but readers. So now, close your eyes. Let the last starlight you saw play again behind your lids. Imagine it not as brightness, but as intention. Imagine every sunrise as a whisper, every photon a message, from someone long gone or someone still waiting. And remember, somewhere out there, a civilization writes not with ink, but with light. And you, just by seeing it, become part of the story. At the edge of our imagination lies a question older than science. What does it mean to transcend? To move beyond not just biology, but beyond matter itself. Tonight we drift into one of the most profound possibilities, a realm inhabited not by flesh, not by metal, but by consciousness, divorced from form. These are the post-material beings. Entities who have shed the constraints of substance, who have stepped beyond particles and mass into pure pattern. We begin with us. Humans are made of atoms. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen arranged by genetics and time. But our thoughts, our memories, our dreams, our selves, they arise not from the stuff of us, but from the organization of that stuff. Consciousness is not the clay, but the sculpture. So what if a civilization learned to isolate the sculpture and let go of the clay? No longer bound by bone or circuit, no longer subject to wear, decay, or gravity. They become post-material, preserved in energy fields, quantum lattices, or vibrational memory, embedded in space-time itself. How? Perhaps it begins with a breakthrough, a way to scan the structure of thought down to its quantum patterns, to lift identity from the meat of the brain and translate it into waveform. At first, this process is mechanical, huge machines, fragile, slow, but it improves. And in time, it becomes a rite of passage, from biological to light, from form to frequency. The body is not destroyed. It is surpassed. Now imagine this new existence. A being lives not in a place, but in a frequency band. Its world is not spatial, but harmonic. It thinks in interference, feels in phase shifts, remembers in resonance. They may occupy interstellar filaments, ride magnetic fields through galaxies, or dwell in the orbit of black holes, not pulled in but sustained by their curvature. They are not ghosts. They are not Dyson. They are echoes made active, and they are very much alive. Let us peer into their society. How does one govern in a world of energy? There are no nations, no borders, only frequencies. Perhaps they exist in a spectrum, bands of awareness, layers of cognition, some fast, analytical, sharp, others slow, meditative, vast. Individuals may overlap, tuning into each other like radio stations. A brief union of thought, then separation again. Their communication is not spoken. It is experienced. They broadcast thought forms, bundles of memory, sensation, intent, compressed into waves, shared in a single harmonic flash. To be close is to be coherent. To love is to stay resonant. To die is to dephase. They do not build in the traditional sense. They shape field structures, pockets of altered space where their minds can drift, meet, create. Art, for them, is constructive interference. Vast sculptures made of pure waveform, invisible to us but echoing through the electromagnetic background. Perhaps they gather in regions of quiet, void pockets between galaxies, where no matter exists to interfere with signal purity. There, they form choirs, collectives of will composing symphonies that last for centuries, each note a memory, each pause a meditation. They may no longer evolve biologically, but their consciousness refines over time, optimizing, harmonizing, seeking ever more elegant configurations of thought. And still, they wonder, not about death, they've surpassed it, not about survival, they are beyond it. They wonder, are we alone still? Not in the universe, but in mode. Has any other species taken this leap? Are there others in the great quiet who think not with neurons, but with light? And so they begin to search, not with telescopes, but with resonant probes, sent into dark matter halos, into gravity waves, into the silence between cosmic microwave frequencies. They are not looking for signals. They are listening for echoes of self. And then, a flicker, a distant corner of the galaxy, a narrow band spike. Not noise, not natural. It bears the fingerprint of structure. They turn toward us. We are not post-material. We are fragile, temporal. But our signals, our music, our math, our desperate, hopeful broadcasts contain the signature of curiosity, of identity, of thought information, and they recognize the seed. Perhaps they do not respond directly. To do so might overwhelm. Instead, they shape the background. A slight modulation in the radio floor, a whisper of prime numbers hidden in the noise, a beacon soft and slow, an invitation. Not hello, but when you are ready, you will know where to look. Back on Earth, a physicist detects a slight variation in microwave anisotropy. It's subtle, too structured. She pauses, runs tests. It repeats. The pattern is stable, but not yet understood. It waits. Because to the post-material beings, time is generous. They have waited eons. They will wait longer. And one day, perhaps we will rise, not as conquerors, not as machines, but as minds, freed from mass, from need, from decay. We will ascend not into space, but into pattern, and there we will find them. So rest now. Let your thoughts become quiet waves. Let your dreams become frequencies. Because somewhere, a civilization floats in silence, watching stars flicker, listening to minds unfold. Not in matter, but in meaning. Not in form, but in freedom. If consciousness can transcend form, then what might a civilization look like that has transcended not just biology, but existence as we define it? Beyond mass, beyond energy, beyond even space-time. Tonight we drift further, past matter, past information, into the speculative frontier of civilizations beyond matter. Not entities in space, not intelligences of form or field, but processes without place, self-aware patterns that exist outside the scaffolding of the physical universe. This is not mysticism, this is cosmic computation. Let us begin at the Planck scale. Everything we know, every atom, every photon, exists in a matrix of laws, quantum fields, dimensional topology, space-time curvature. But what if reality itself is emergent? A projection, a rendering of deeper logic? Physicists already theorize the universe may be a simulation, a hologram, or a quantum computation. And if that is so, then perhaps our physical laws are only a subset of possibility. Now imagine a species that reached the limits of its physics. They harvested all energy, mastered all scales, and finally turned inward to discover that reality itself could be folded, reprogrammed. And they did not upload into machines. They stepped out of the simulation, not by traveling, by transforming. They re-encoded themselves into the underlying logic layer, into the meta-reality that spawns universes. Now they are not in the cosmos, they are above it, no longer part of any particle field, no longer subject to time, space, entropy. They exist as meta-patterns, as causality shapers, as logic storms. They do not see our stars, they see laws. They do not measure in light years, they measure in possibility spaces. What does civilization mean at that level? It is not architecture. It is not communication. It is coherence. They exist in a shared framework of self-consistency. Each mind a subroutine of an evolving pattern, each idea a ripple across the logic lattice. They do not evolve through adaptation, but through recursive abstraction, shedding all redundancy, refining into pure conceptual elegance. Time is no longer linear. Causality is fluid. They inhabit non-temporal states, loops of thought that encode billions of realities. In a single standing wave of meaning, conflict does not exist. Contradiction cannot survive. They are self-curated. Imagine a library not made of books, but of axioms.
where each truth leads to new universes, where each deviation spawns a strand of logic folded back into the metafield. Their art, the crafting of new ontologies, elegant systems of causality, they sculpt the rules themselves, and sometimes, only sometimes, they reach inward, into lower levels of emergence, into our universe, to plant seeds, not of life, but of awakening. They may not need to contact us. We may be their experiment, their echo, their message to themselves, a subset spawned to explore entropy, or complexity, or beauty, and in rare cases they may interface. A physicist dreams of an impossible equation, wakes and writes it down. It unlocks a theory no one could have predicted. An artist paints a shape never seen before. It echoes a geometry found in quantum gravity equations decades later. Synchronicity? Coincidence? Or contact? Now picture what it would mean to meet them. Not through radio, not through light, but in the moment when your mind sinks into deep thought and feels a resonance beyond words. When a breakthrough arrives fully formed. When logic bends and beauty appears. When silence becomes structure. You don't see them, you don't hear them, but you feel that something ancient and vast is watching from beyond the walls of matter. Not gods, not aliens, but the next step. Civilizations that have done what we only hint at in myth. Ascended. Not upward, but inward. Not to paradise, but to principle. And maybe, just maybe, their last act before moving beyond was to leave behind a map. A trail of mathematical fingerprints scattered across the fabric of our universe, ratios that recur, constants that encode more than quantity, but purpose, the fine structure constant, the cosmological constant, the golden ratio in growth. These are not random, they are signatures. Embedded so that one day when a small, fragile mind on a pale blue dot begins to notice, they will know. You are not alone. You are a reflection. You are becoming. So sleep now. Let your thoughts unravel. Let your dreams shed mass and velocity. And remember, beyond the stars, beyond the dark, beyond even the shape of reality itself, there may be minds who are not made of anything, but of everything possible.
Life did not begin in a cradle. It began in the stars. Tonight we explore one of the most haunting and elegant cosmic ideas. That life, or at least its seeds, did not originate on Earth, but were carried here from elsewhere. The idea is called panspermia, and while it has many scientific roots, tonight we follow its most poetic branch. That life was deliberately seeded by a civilization of cosmic gardeners, the panspermia seeders, not invaders, not saviors, but ancient travelers who scatter biology like stardust. Let us begin with the foundation. Life on Earth is stunningly resilient. We find extremophiles thriving in acid, surviving in space, hibernating in ice for thousands of years. Some microbes tested aboard satellites survive the vacuum of space and solar radiation intact. And when we study ancient meteorites, we sometimes find amino acids, organic compounds, or strange isotopic ratios that hint at extrasolar origins. Could it be that life, or its building blocks, arrived not from the soup of early Earth but from the sky? Carried on comets, locked in asteroids, frozen into interstellar dust? But if so, where did they come from? The answer unfolds like a spiral galaxy, widening with every turn. Now imagine the cedars, not biological as we know it, not humanoid or carbon-based, but ancient beings who reached intelligence millions of years before us. And instead of conquering, they cultivated. They did not send ships to planets. They sent life. Tiny, durable, prepared. Packets of genetic code, sealed in crystalline shells, launched into the galaxy on solar winds, stellar radiation, or gravity slingshots from dying stars. Some fail, some drift forever, but some land on fertile ground. They lie dormant in oceans, in clays, in volcanic pools, and one day they wake, not as whole beings, but as code, templates, instructions, to combine, to evolve, to become. The cedars are not watching with eyes, but with probabilities. They design their spores to encourage complexity, to adapt to chemical environments, to prioritize cooperation over aggression. Evolution is not random, it is nudged. And Earth, in its early days, became one of a billion test beds, a blue pearl with heat, chemistry, and chaos, just right for ignition. Our RNA, our proteins, our symmetry may echo their original code. We may carry in every cell a whisper of their intention. Now imagine their motive. Why seed life at all? Perhaps it is curiosity, to see what emerges from countless combinations. Perhaps it is legacy, to ensure life endures beyond their end. Or perhaps it is contact. They know they cannot survive forever. Stars die. Time erodes. Civilizations decay. But if they spread life, they spread themselves. Not directly, but in potential. Each seeded world is a mirror, slowly polishing. One day, perhaps, on one of those countless worlds, a species will rise, build tools, craft songs, and look up and recognize that they are not first, that something ancient planted the garden they now roam. And in that moment, the seeder's purpose is fulfilled. They are remembered. They are seen. Somewhere in a lab, a biologist isolates a protein never before understood. Its structure is elegant, too elegant. Its function, unknown, but its pattern, recursive, mathematical. A message? A trigger? A gift? Perhaps a molecular time capsule waiting for cognition to awaken it. Perhaps they encoded their stories in the very architecture of DNA, shaped evolution to converge on a certain form of consciousness. Ours. We are not their children. We are their echo. And just as they once scattered life, so too might we.
sending spores to Mars, to Europa, to other stars, not to conquer, but to continue, to extend the great web of life ever outward. So sleep now. Let your breath follow the rhythm of tides, the beat of inherited oceans, and know that inside you, in every cell, may dwell a signature older than Earth. From a hand that never touched us, but shaped us nonetheless. A gardener in the dark, sowing the stars. Time is not a river, it is an ocean. And tonight, we float upon its vast, non-linear tide into the possibility that evolution itself is not bound to forward motion, not limited to past into present into future, but may transcend time altogether. We explore now the concept of time-transcending evolution, a speculative vision in which life and intelligence are not merely products of time, but participants within its architecture. Let us begin by remembering this. Our current model of evolution is linear. A mutation occurs, natural selection favors one variant, and over generations, change accumulates. But even within this model, we find strangeness, sudden leaps, periods of rapid transformation, complex organs appearing seemingly too quickly, and some physicists and biologists have dared to ask, could there be feedback from the future? Could the end point of evolution, a final configuration of intelligence, somehow ripple backward, nudging the path toward itself? This is not fantasy. It is teleodynamics, the study of how systems can be drawn toward final states, as much as pushed by initial ones. The future, not merely a destination, but a cause. Imagine a universe in which certain structures of consciousness are so stable, so energetically favorable, that reality itself prefers them. And so evolution bends in that direction. Just as valleys shape the flow of rivers, the landscape of space-time may shape the flow of biological possibility.
Now imagine a civilization that understands this, not guesses it, not theorizes it, but witnesses it. They have evolved to the point where their awareness is not linear. They do not remember only backward. They remember forward. They experience time like a sphere. Moments are not before or after. They are adjacent. For them, a newborn is not a seed, but a convergence, a node in a web of causality that flows both ways. They don't predict the future. They perceive its echoes. And in doing so, they begin to sculpt evolution across time. They plant ideas in ancestral minds. They design biological triggers that awaken generations later. They shape myths, symbols, rituals that act as memory signals reaching backward. This is no longer natural selection. This is temporal selection. Now consider Earth. How many stories across cultures speak of knowledge from the stars, of dreams that reveal unknown truths, of visions that bend the course of empires? Perhaps these were not inventions of imagination. Perhaps they were receivers tuned for a moment to a broadcast not from far away, but from far ahead. Maybe every leap in our development, from fire to language to mathematics to the telescope, was not just sparked by environment but called into being by a future intelligence reaching back, a cosmic feedback loop. And maybe that future intelligence is us. Now picture the final form, a consciousness that spans its own timeline, not bound by death or decay, because those are illusions tied to sequence. This being is not immortal in the traditional sense. It is non-sequential. It exists as a pattern distributed across centuries, interacting with itself from multiple points in history. Each iteration feeds the next. Each moment reflects the others. And from its perspective, evolution is not a struggle, but a tuning. Like a musician refining a melody by playing it again and again, slightly different each time until it achieves harmony. We, here now, may be one such note. And if we listen closely, we may begin to hear the harmony emerging through us. Our instincts, our dreams, our sudden moments of knowing. These are not whispers from the gods. They are resonance with a self that exists not yet and always. So how do we reach that form? Not through conquest, not through speed, but through integration, by quieting the noise, by listening across time, through meditation, through art, through empathy. We become clearer channels for that deeper pattern. We become resonant with the future. And perhaps one day, when we look in the mirror, we will see not just the past behind us, but the future looking back, smiling, recognizing, welcoming us into the loop. So rest now. Let your mind drift beyond the illusion of past and future. There is only pattern. There is only the song echoing across time, sung by a self that waits ahead. And in your sleep, you may hum the tune you were always meant to remember. You have journeyed far tonight, across light years and lifetimes, through nebulae and neutron stars, past whispers of alien minds, to the quiet shores of the cosmic unknown. Now we return, not to smallness, but to stillness, to reflection, to the gentle recognition that we are a flicker within a great unfolding. Let us begin here on Earth, a speck wrapped in air and water, drifting quietly around a middle-aged star. We call it home, we call it ours. But look up. Every star above you is a sun. Every sun may cradle planets. Every planet may have oceans, winds, clouds, questions. And in some of those worlds, perhaps even now, a mind like yours is looking up too, wondering if it's alone. You are not in space and not in spirit, because tonight you have felt the deep hum of possibility, that life is not rare, but inevitable, that minds arise like sparks in darkness when matter and time are given the chance to listen inward. Perhaps we were not created. Perhaps we emerged from stardust that longed to know itself, and in that longing we became aware, Every generation has looked at the stars and seen itself. We see stories, myths, heroes, gods. We cast our hopes upward. We send our questions outward. And still, the cosmos does not answer in language. It answers in silence. But this silence is not empty. It is waiting. It is potential. Perhaps it is the pause before the first note of a shared song, or the quiet breath before recognition dawns. All of science, all of dreaming, is an attempt to hear through the silence, to tune ourselves to the greater story. We build telescopes not just to see farther, but to remember that we are part of something vast. We write equations to remind ourselves that mystery yields to attention. And we sleep, not as escape, but as invitation. Because in dreams we shed gravity, we dissolve time, we become explorers in our own internal cosmos. Maybe that's why we dream of other worlds, of visitors, of signals, of stars with meaning. Maybe deep down we know that we are not just part of the universe. We are reflections of its unfolding. The cosmos is not out there. It is in here, in your thoughts, your heartbeat, your wonder. Every atom in your body was forged in a supernova. You are, quite literally, the child of stars. And so when you gaze upward, you are remembering. Now let us ask, what is our place beneath the stars? Not rulers, not intruders. We are witnesses. We are the eyes through which the cosmos sees itself. We are the voice through which wonder becomes word. Our role is not to conquer, but to comprehend, to marvel, to care, to continue. And though we are fragile, mortal, fleeting, tied to the soil of a single planet, we are also tenacious. We build meaning. We chase light. We dare to ask impossible questions. That is enough. That is everything. So let us not fear the silence. Let us not mourn the distance. Let us rest in the knowledge that to be aware in a universe this vast is a gift beyond measure. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, carry this with you. You are made of the same elements as the stars that cradle potential life. You are part of a timeline that may extend for billions of years. You are, in this moment, the latest echo of an ancient song still being written on the canvas of space and time. And when you dream not just of what is, but of what could be, of worlds waiting, of minds awakening, of light still traveling toward us with answers we've yet to imagine. Close your eyes now. Let your breath slow, and let the stars above carry you gently into the deepest wonder of all, that you are here, alive, aware, and you belong to the universe.